up, nerds? Yeah, just log out standing in poison. Wait, I didn't log out here. I was somewhere else. Oh well, found my first fulminated mercury. I didn't even know that was there. Holy shit. Gonna do some exploring around here, see if there's anything that I missed. There are a lot of neat visual details around here, but mostly just like, you know, the dead bodies of all the animals. Monkey bones. There's not going to be anything else down here. There might be more stuff up at the top. I did kind of like skim past all that shit. But all the offerings here are just bones and incense. Hey, those are human skulls. Rip. This guy wears a mask down here. It's hard to get a good angle on him, but he's got the same kind of bandages that we've seen on the members of the Sunken Valley.
To purchase an offering.
Another one.
Where you find the departed, you find the memorial mob. Even in places where people simply drift along. Go ahead, buy an offering. Hey, you there. Don't go into that cave up ahead. Inside is an old shrine where the serpent god dwells. And if the serpent god swallows you, you can't buy any more offerings now, can you?
I think this is one of the only guys that has a dialogue option.
Find wherever you're.
So we need 1800.
Care to.
Green mossy gourd. A curd, moss-covered gourd filled with medicinal water refills upon rest. While it does not heal poison status, it reduces poison buildup and increases poison resistance. This gourd was made out of necessity by those that made poisonous lands their home. It said if you live there long enough, eventually poison won't affect you at all.
May the departed rest in peace.
So I'm just going to hazard a guess these all have different buffs. Can I have both these on at the same time? It's the same buff, so I'm assuming they override each other. Not totally sure though. So earlier when we talked to the praying lady, she said that we had to go down through the swamp and then into the nest. So you can tell quite clearly that this is the serpent god's nest. Damn, these things have a lot of health. It's hard to lock onto it first. Oh, these guys can drop scrap iron. Interesting. I guess because they are buried inside the rock. Maybe not buried, but... There's a few of those dudes around in here. You can see the markings left by the serpent god along the walls. And there they are there. Yeah. So the geysers that are around release poison if you manage to agitate the serpent god. Oh yeah. Oh my. Yo, blurry man, what's up, dude? Okay, why don't you ever go the direction I'm trying to go? Oh, this game sucks. What? How does he already... Alright, I'm not gonna fight these things, it's not worth it. Oh, it's the same one. I do kind of want to see what they drop, though. Just scrap iron, it looks like. Camera? There's so many of them. Please jump, thank you. Lots of monkey bones down here. There's only one monkey left still alive in the cave. Wasn't there some items that I missed? Yeah. Pincer. Well, that wasn't really worth it, was it? Holy shit. I don't know how to do the speedrun strat for this, so I don't really know why I came here. But I'm gonna go for it anyway. And that's what I get. I'm alive. See, I don't have the proper ninjutsu for this yet. In order to pass through the area, you have to first fight the folding screen monkeys. So I'm just gonna dip and fight the big monkey. I totally forgot there's no reason to go down there until you've cleared that one boss. Hey Jen, how's it going? So we went through the monkey. We saw a bunch of huge trees with Shimenawa tied around them. Fought a whole shit ton of monkeys. Pretty sure I got all the items down there. The only other thing that's interesting about going through this area is there's a couple nightjar. But I'm not really sure why the hell they're here. Doesn't seem like they're guarding the place, they're just kind of hanging around. This sculpture is called Bodhisattva Valley. Found out yesterday that a Bodhisattva is somebody that wants to be like the Buddha, but the whole point about the Buddha is that he became enlightened and transcended beyond the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, known as samsara. So the difference between a Buddha and a Bodhisattva is that Bodhisattvas choose to stay behind on Earth in order to help other people become enlightened. So they're all inspired by the Buddha at the end of the day. But the Buddha is an enlightened individual, and a Bodhisattva is somebody who stays behind so that they don't not only help other people become enlightened, but to just spread well-being among sentient beings. So Kuro mentions that we have to find the flower in a place where the fountainhead waters pool deeply. And this is actually a runoff from the Fountainhead Palace up here. When we go down into this pond over this way, we can actually see bits of the architecture from the Fountainhead Palace. So, this is the place where the Fountainhead waters pool deeply. We got the Guardian Ape over here. I'm not really sure if he's like drinking the water or if he's tending to his wounds. I think if you take a free camera and you fly around him over here, he has like a bunch of like marks on his arm, and he's taking the water and he's putting it over his arm. We find lumps of fat wax from people who have been transformed by the rejuvenating waters. And the lump of fat wax say that these lumps of fatty wax form inside the body in rare circumstances. Considered omens of disease, they are known to grow larger as the illness worsens. And the grave wax says that a long suffered illness will see the growth turn larger and blacker still. It is customary to run water over the site of an extracted growth. So, the Guardian Ape not only has all these wounds in him from the battles that he's had, but he also has these like growths coming out of the back of his neck and like all over his body and everything. So maybe he's trying to douse them with water. No, the only I've been really unfamiliar with Buddhism. The only stuff that I learned from Buddhism was reading Wikipedia articles, looking up the terms and imagery from this game. So I haven't read any like actual Buddhist works. I've mostly just gone on like Wikipedia deep dives, which I know isn't like the best way to do it, but it's actually helped me quite a bit, because a lot of we see a lot of these words in the game, like bodhisattva and stuff like that, shugendo, all these terms that you're not going to really be familiar with unless you look them up. But there's also a lot of imagery, like the bells and some of the Buddhist ritualistic items and weapons that we see throughout the game, that by looking at Wikipedia and looking at the entries for like Bodhisattva and other stuff, I was able to find out a bunch of other things. So where's the one thing that I found yesterday? Gotta dig through my history here for a second. No. Don't want you guys to see all the porn that I've been looking at. Oh no. Oh, it was Shugendo. It was probably Shugendo that I was looking up. So Shugendo is mountain monks. It's monks who practice and meditate while walking up and down mountains. And I was looking up a bunch of stuff here when I was exploring Senpo Temple. And in the entry for Vajrayana, we can see these. And these are actually things that we see in the game. When we go to fight the folding screen monkeys, we see these items all over the place around Senpo Mountain, or Senpo Temple. So the game doesn't mention Vajrayana or Tantric Buddhism or esoteric Buddhism or any of that sort of stuff like in the actual game. But just by doing random Wikipedia diving, I was able to find out all this other stuff. Because it's important to remember that while Shinto is the religion in Japan that focuses on spirits or kami and like yokai and demons and that sort of stuff, Buddhism originated in India, went along the Silk Road, and ended up being like transported to Japan. So there's the Japanese interpretation of Buddhism, and then there is the Indian interpretation of it. So all this stuff is things that I found out, but yeah, I should probably read like is the Siddhartha like the Bible, for lack of a better term, for Buddhism? Here I go looking at Wikipedia again. Siddhartha is an Indian poem, a novel that deals with the spiritual journey of self-discovery. And it was written during the time of Gautama Buddha. Oh, Gautama Buddha is the Buddha, like the big guy. The Buddha. That's another thing that I didn't really know until I started looking all this stuff up, is that apparently the Buddha was an actual person. Like, I always interpreted Buddha as just being like God or something, but there was an actual dude who was said to become enlightened, and he is the basis, if you want to put it that way, for all Buddhism. It's like the standard they all try to reach through their practices and everything. So it's just like a novel written about Buddhism. It said it was written in like 1922 or something. Yeah, it's a 1922 novel. Oh, okay. Yeah, I might not read it in full, but I'll definitely check it out. But yeah, the guardian ape, I assume, because we see the waters here running off from the Fountainhead Palace, as well as the waters from the Mibu fishing village in the cave at which he dwells, the guardian ape has been exposed to the runoff of the Fountainhead waters, which gives him his undying nature. We come to find out through the course of the fight that he's become infested, because not only does he move like a centipede in Phase 2, but when we go to finish him at the end of the fight, a giant centipede comes out of the hole where his head used to be, which is also very reminiscent of the bloodletting beasts in Bloodborne. In Bloodborne, I believe what comes out of the bloodletting beast's neck is actually a hateful maggot, which is the type of enemy that we see in the game, but it's very reminiscent of a centipede. It's got like pincers on the front, and it's got a whole bunch of little like legs, sticky, outy things. But I also found out on this playthrough that when you fight the centipede-infested monks at Senpo Temple, there's a huge centipede that comes out of some of the monks, and the attack pattern that it uses is the exact same attack pattern that we see here from the Guardian Ape in Phase 2. I have no idea what that was. Strange noises. throw. Come on. He's not gonna do the poop throw. Come on. Do the poop throw. I wanna parry the poop. Come on. Do the poop throw. There we go. Oh yeah. Parrying that poop. You can see him reach for his buckle after he throws it. Like, oh, that hurt. I jumped. I fucking jumped the game. I swear to God, I jumped. I forgot about the buffs. If you have Divine Confetti on, you can actually hit him while he's doing that. The Guardian Ape was defeated, though its roar can still be heard. It is said that an infested body marks the undying. So, in the first phase, he moves and attacks like a monkey. He also has that poop-throwing attack where he's like, ah, my butt. In the second phase, when his head is removed, he attacks like a centipede. My mod Morty actually noticed this several playthroughs ago. But I noticed on this playthrough that when you attack the monks at Senpo Temple, like I said earlier, they have the exact same attack pattern as the Guardian Ape. So it's kind of like a little precursor that we can see there because they're the same thing. They're infested by the centipede-like creatures that mark them as the Undying. You might also remember the dialogue with Ishin Ashina earlier, where he said that you could stab them through the heart or even remove their head, and they would not die. He's never actually fought an infested himself, but we've actually fought a few of them at this point. And even though we perform 2 death blows on the guardian ape, because he's undying and we don't have the mortal blade, you can hear his roar ring off in the distance at the cave that we fought, that we can fight him in the second instance of the fight. The slender finger of a young woman, found in the belly of the guardian ape, it is partially digested. There is a shinobi technique called the finger whistle that can drive beast wild. The one who used it before clearly used it for this purpose, as evidenced by the finger's open hole. Now, even though this item and the prosthetic tool both mention that it comes from a woman, there's an interesting bit of the dialogue from the sculptor where the voice actor says that it belonged to a man, but the subtitle says that it belongs to a woman. So it may be another instance of there being a mistranslation of somebody's gender in a FromSoft game. But we've seen instances of this in Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Sekiro. So you have to kind of wonder, is it an error on the localization team's part? Or does Miyazaki really like fucking with us? It's kind of hard to tell at this point. We'll have to see in Elden Ring if there is a similar instance in that game. The slender finger can be used. We can use it to pull individual enemies from a group. So if we throw a ceramic shard, the other enemies around them will notice. But if we use the finger whistle, we can pull enemies individually. It also has a habit of making beasts attack each other. So if you use the finger whistle on beast-type enemies, they'll attack everything around them. This is precious bait. The texture is slimy and something resembling horns jut out of it. Just the kind of bait the master loves. Ring the bell, drop the bait. Of course, referring to the master carp. That's a part of the quest line in Fountainhead Palace. And we can see here that these bits of wood are architecture from the Fountainhead itself. So there's a direct connection between the waters that we see here and the Fountainhead Palace. They say that an infested body is the mark of the undying, but such a long life would surely be quite lonesome for even an ape. Perhaps the echoing roar of the guardian ape was in fact a solicitation of sorts. A solicitation is a greeting. Like when you walk up and say hello to somebody, that's a solicitation. So I'm not sure if he's beckoning us to go fight him at the cave, or if he came back to the cave in hopes of greeting his mate, who has long since passed. Some gravestones in the cave here. And we can see a lone white flower all by itself. This is, of course, a lotus flower. You can tell from the pods here. And I've been talking a lot about lotus flowers throughout the playthrough, but I want to look it up just to make sure I got all my facts straight. The lotus flower grows in the deep mud far away from the sun, but sooner or later the lotus reaches the light, becoming the most beautiful flower ever. The lotus flower is regarded in many different cultures, especially in Eastern religions, as a symbol of purity, enlightenment, self-regeneration, and rebirth. Its characteristics are a perfect analogy for the human condition. Even when its roots are in the dirtiest waters, the lotus produces the most beautiful flower. According to Buddhism, every person has the potential to become perfect and enlightened, and it's just a matter of time until each human reaches the light. Buddhists believe that it's necessary to be reborn thousands of times, polishing one's being through many incarnations until one reaches nirvana, the highest state of consciousness that humans can access. So the Buddha is sometimes depicted sitting on a lotus flower, symbolizing the one who overcame the pain of that which prevails in the mortal world and becoming enlightened, just like the lotus flower, which starts to grow in the dirty and muddy water, but manages to surpass the water and produce a perfect flower. Many Hindu gods are depicted sitting or standing on a lotus flower for the same reason. And we've seen that kind of imagery throughout the game. We've seen statues of Buddha or Buddhist figures standing on top of lotus flowers. There was lotus paws all over the Harada estate. And the hilt of the Black Mortal Blade even has a lotus flower at its base. So if we look at the hilt of the Black Mortal Blade in the cutscene at the end of the game, we can see the same sort of flower thing here. And the Black Mortal Blade uses a sacrifice to bring somebody back from the underworld. So the Black Mortal Blade, in essence, represents rebirth as well, because we see Ishin the Sword Saint reborn from the sacrifice that Genichiro made. Cool. Lotus of the Palace, a white lotus flower found blooming in the depths of the sunken valley, where the fountainhead waters pool deeply. The flower's aroma attracts female apes, thus the guardian ape carefully tended to it so as to offer it to his bride, one of the incense ingredients sought by the divine heir for immortal severance. Yo, Autumn, how's it going, man? Hope you're doing good. You just missed me fight a giant monkey. It was pretty epic, to be honest. He threw poop at me and I deflected it with my sword. It was great. But I'm gonna go fight him again, so. Duh. Sheena Depths. Sunken Valley? Oh, Poison Pool. See every vein in my face? Thanks, I've been working out. Work finally banned Twitch? Oh no. Feels bad. It's no longer an approved website. RIP. So when we defeat the Guardian Ape and we come back to this spot, we can see that this house that used to be here is completely destroyed. Wait, I gotta talk to you, don't I? Oh no! Oh, I've never seen this before. That's pretty cool. Lamau.
Who or what did this to you? Large ape. My neck. My neck.
Large ape. I'll have a large ape. Alright, so this is going to be kind of brutal, because we can see here that the decapitated guardian ape is now letting the water run down on the wounds on its head. And when we fight this version of the guardian ape, we also have to fight their mate. When I do the lore and story playthrough, typically you would fight the spirit ape, or the mate, I guess, because it's a little bit easier to kill, and then you would focus on the guardian ape. But when I do these lore playthroughs, I try to let the mate survive the fight, so I focus on the guardian ape entirely. Makes it a little more difficult. So we can see here that the mate is dead. This is the guardian ape's female counterpart, as marked by the red hair. So when we fight his mate during the fight, it's actually their spirit that we are in combat with. Oops, kind of wasted that. So as long as you have Divine Confetti on, you can interrupt the streams. I'll run away from that one though, just in case. Shit, that was bad timing. Lay off. Oh my god. Dead. It does so much damage. He just dances around like a fucking idiot. Fight me, coward. Oh my god. I'm not even close to him and he's dodging away from me. Sad monkey. The headless guardian ape was a colossal beast, plagued with the power of the undying. So yeah, that's your reward for keeping the ad alive while you fight the actual boss. They sit down and fade away as they are finally laid to rest. Now, even though we don't have the Mortal Blade yet, the centipede that is keeping the guardian ape undead will continue to sit here and writhe and squirm. And eventually, when we get the Mortal Blade, we can come back and eventually kill this thing. But yeah, the boss is now defeated, and he's just gonna chill here until we come back and lay him to rest for good. When we get the Mortal Blade and we kill the centipede here, we can also fight another Shichimen warrior in this spot. I'll take the death there. Getting that done on the first try is more than good. It's not really easy to do. I mean, I think I figured out their attack pattern now, because it seems like one of them attacks you at a time. But the strategy with firecracking the ad and then using the spear on the guardian ape seems to work pretty well. Mostly. At one time, the guardian ape shared its den with a mate, but he alone became infested while the other passed away. Now, even the flowers offered in tribute to her passing have withered to dust. Sag. 7. The Prayer Necklace. An unrivaled sumo wrestler once served a great feudal lord. Dismissed after giving it to drink, he fell to a life of brigandry and thievery, and so he was dubbed Juzo the Drunkard. So Juzo and the other guy were previously sumo wrestlers, which lends into their huge size, and also some of the their melee attacks and their grabs that they use are sumo attacks. Now that we have the lotus flower, we can go back to Kuro. Because right now the objective is to get the ingredients for the divine aroma. So we already have the stone from Mibu Fishing Village, and now we have the lotus flower.
So dusty. My nose won't stop itching. It's unbearable.
How to pick up fair maidens.
My lord, I've procured the flower for the fountainhead aroma.
Oh? Was it truly blooming in the sunken valley?
Yes, deep within the valley.
So that is where the fountainhead waters pool deeply. You've done well to acquire this wolf. Oh, and actually, I found something. I discovered there's another scent we must acquire.
What is it?
The blood of the divine heir of the dragon's heritage. In other words, my blood.
Your blood? But my lord, you cannot bleed.
Yes, it is true that those of the dragon's heritage cannot bleed. However, in Lord Genichiro's quarters, I found a curious journal belonging to Lord Takeru's page, and it appears there is a way for me to bleed. For now, I'd like to ask you to keep this for me.
A page is somebody who writes down the events or the words of somebody of nobility. Most nobles and royalty are literate, depending on the culture and everything. But a page is somebody who is basically tasked with recording the story of that individual. An old diary entry written by Takeru's page. Lord Takeru held his arm over the incense burner and attempted to cut it with a sword. but incredibly his wound healed instantly and not a drop of blood was shed. Lady Tomoe said, "Without it, your blood cannot be spilled." What could she be referring to, I wonder? So, Kuro signed on the immortal oath to Wolf. Wolf can bleed, but this oath gives him the power to be resurrected, although at a cost. The divine heir of the dragon's heritage is a true immortal. It's not just that they can't die from old age like everybody else, but it's even as such where if you were to cut them with a sword, the wound would heal instantly. So, Kuro and the wolf represent immortality and resurrection because of the power from the rejuvenating waters, which is granted by the divine dragon's blood, and the infested or the undying are like the opposite of immortality. They still persist beyond death, but it's basically like they're a zombie that's been reanimated. You don't call a zombie immortal because they're already dead, but people like Kuro and the wolf are basically immortal because they cannot die. So there's a difference. They're both undying to a degree, but the undying in Sekiro are marked by undeath, which is the closest thing you can approximate it to would be like being a zombie. Something that's already dead but continues to persist. And this is marked by the infestation of centipedes in this game.
Now then, we just need to figure out how to make me bleed.
Perhaps we should ask Lady Emma.
As a doctor, she should have much knowledge of the human body. Yes, she may be able to help us. To think my blood is an ingredient of the aroma. Perhaps Lady Emma will know of a way to make me bleed. Might you ask her?
There is something I'd like to ask.
Yes, what is it?
Can the divine heir be made to bleed?
Why would you seek to do so?
The blood of the divine heir is required to obtain the dragon tears from the divine realm and achieve immortal severance.
Oh, I see. It is true that the divine heir's blood cannot be shed by normal means. However, the means to do so can be found in Sempo Temple.
The mortal blade.
Yes, here you are.
Immortal Severance scrap, part of the Book of Immortal Severance left behind by Takeru. Takeru was the previous divine heir of the dragon's heritage. With mortal blade in hand, my blood may be shed. With my blood, the aroma will be complete, the divine realm will be in reach, immortal severance will be at hand. I must ask Tomoe to assist with the beheading. We see beheading in one of the endings in the game as well, when Wolf sacrifices himself so that Kuro can live on in peace as immortal.
This was written by Lord Takeru?
It was. With the mortal blade, you may wound the divine heir, and his blood will be allowed to flow.
I see. This brings us one step closer to immortal severance. I shall tell my lord.
Of course.
Wolf, did you speak with Lady Emma?
I did.
And? What did she say?
That it could be possible with the mortal blade.
I see. So the mortal blade will allow my blood to flow.
As you wish.
I've heard the mortal blade is in Senpo Temple. Will you obtain it for me?
As you wish.
I see you've gathered some of the ingredients needed to create the aroma of the fountainhead. Keep up the good work, Wolf.
Alright, so now I'm okay to go talk to Ishin again. He should have a little bit more dialogue for me here. Maybe? Actually, I'm actually not too sure about that. You can see the Tengu outfit is still hanging up here, confirming that the Tengu is indeed Ishin Ashina. This was also confirmed by dialogue when Ishin referred to us as Sekiro. The only person who referred to Wolf as Sekiro before that point was the Tengu.
Sekiro, what is it you wish to learn about severing the ties of immortality? You're
Nothing
leaving,
new here.
Sekiro. Another time, then.
I'm gonna go check out the path down over this way and see if it, see if the Tengu shows up. Yeah, I don't think these... Oh, never mind. There's the dead bodies of some interior ministries, Shinobi. Oops. So at some point in the game, when you come here, you'll find the corpses of these shinobi all over the place. We can also see clearly here that the interior ministry shinobi have left arms, or left hands. There's a rumor going around that because the interior ministry shinobis don't use their left hands in combat, that they've been severed in a way similar to Sculptor and the Wolf. But if you look at the corpses with the monocular, you can clearly see they all have their left hand. Even the guys who use their poison attacks, they'll use the left hand to afflict us with poison. That being said, the left hand does appear to be sort of like disfigured or degenerative in a way. So maybe their refusal of using their left hand led to it becoming a little bit more decrepit looking. But they definitely, all of these dudes still have their left hands. So don't believe the lies. I don't think there's an eavesdrop here. There is an eavesdrop here later, though.
Ah, Sekiro. Who are... Ministry rats. They find a way in through every crack and crevice. There's always more of them to kill. By the way, Sekiro, have you mastered any secret techniques?
Yes.
Yes. It seems you have. Sekiro, you really have a knack for killing. Wonderful. Here's your reward. Take it.
When he says, have you learned any secret techniques? The secret techniques that he's talking about are the skills at the end of the tree. So if you go all the way through any of the previous esoteric texts and reach the last skill, which is one of the most powerful, he'll give you the Mushin esoteric text. A unique text of the legendary Ashina Mushin compound style. Young Yishin would stop at nothing in his lust for power, and this single-minded search for strength ended in him taking Ashina for his own. This is the result of combining techniques from the styles he's encountered. This drive defined Yishin's achievements, and as such, this text will never be finished. So, as Ishin continued to defeat opponents in battle, he would take the things that he learned, whether it be through his own experience or through watching his foes, and he would add that to the compound text here. Mushin is a term describing a state of mind that you enter in combat. So, when you achieve a total flow state and mastery of the sword, you're basically not thinking. You're not looking at your opponent and going, oh, he's attacking like this, I must counter like this. Essentially, the sword is guiding you. You're no longer controlling the sword, but the sword is acting on its own accord, and you are purely working on your reflexes and your instincts to defeat your foes. You enter a similar sort of flow state when you're playing sports, fighting people, or even when you're playing video games. If any of you play like first-person shooters, for example, you might notice that there's going to be occasionally times where like you're not thinking about anything. You don't have any like funk in your head. You're just in the zone and you're in the moments, and You're just purely reacting based on your instincts and your reflexes. That's what the term mushin describes, except it's supposed to be about hand-to-hand combat.
Certainly.
Sekiro, I know you.
Are you all right?
I'll enjoy the air up here for a little while longer. Go, Sekiro.
So that's the last esoteric text we have. So we have living force down here. And then when we get the other trees at the end of the other esoteric texts, so this tree, or this skill, will be this one. Ashina Cross is at the end of the Ashina Arts. Living Force is at the end of Prosthetics. And the Shinobi skills ends with Shadow Rush. So when you attain these skills, you get extra skills that are the same moves, but like modified. They're similar to other moves, but modified. So instead of Shadow Rush, you get Shadow Fall, which adds another attack. Spiral Cloud Passage is actually the final state of the Floating Passage text. And then the other one is unavailable right now. Spiral Cloud Passage is freaking amazing. The description here mentions Tomoe, and if you use Spiral Cloud Passage with the Living Force, it's absolutely freaking devastating. Even if the opponent is blocking, you'll just do damage right through it, basically. After leaping into the skies with a Shadow Rush, allows one to perform a spinning sword attack as they descend. Pierce, fly, and then dive back down. Jumping off the enemy costs spirit emblems. Shadow Rush is also an ability that we see the Owl use in one of his boss fights. Spiral Cloud Passage, a sword technique that unleashes powerful shockwaves. Its namesake comes from a large eddy of distant cloud forming near the headwaters, the fountainhead spiral. Tomoe would watch her young master as he gazed longingly at the coiling clouds. The sight meant everything to her. What am I? Senpo. Our main objective now, in order to acquire the last part of the Divine Aroma, is to find the Mortal Blade. Earlier, we read, when we were learning about lotus flowers, that many different Buddhist figures can be seen standing atop lotus pods or lotus flowers, which we can see here. These are lotus flower petals. We can also see the same thing on this big statue here. Many depictions of Buddha have multiple arms, and you can see he wears a crown that bears multiple faces and heads. And one of the, not really one of the main teachings of Buddhism, is that because life and death and rebirth is represented as a cycle, it also unifies the different aspects of human nature that we have. So there's no point in trying to distinguish between like the trials and tribulations of life and the successes and prosperity of life. They're all part of the same piece. It's kind of like if you think about the yin yang, right? Like the yin yang is like the bad and the good, but they are intertwined amongst themselves. You can distinguish between them, but they're all a part of the same puzzle. And a lot of aspects of Buddhism represent the same sort of thing, where the different tools and weapons and religious artifacts that we can see this person holding, them holding all of them at the same time with their multiple arms, represents the unification of all of these things. They may be distinct and separate, but they're all a part of the human condition, I guess you could call it. Got some lotus pods here. Apologies to all the trypophobes in the chat. Trypophobia is a fear of stuff with holes, and lotus pods are definitely a thing in nature that triggers a response to that sort of fear. And here we have one of the four-pronged bells that I was reading about before. When I was reading about Shugendo, which is a mountain monk practice, because that's what the monks at Senpo Temple represent, I was looking up a bunch of other stuff, and these are artifacts of esoteric Buddhism. So we can see here the four-pronged bell here, and we also see pictures of people wielding these things all over Senpo Temple as well. So yeah, Shugendo are mountain monks. They repeat mantras and perform rituals while walking up and down mountains. There's obviously themes of like ascension up into the divine because of mountains as well. So a Vajra is a ritual weapon symbolizing the properties of a diamond, indestructibility, and a thunderbolt, irresistible force. In the Tantric traditions of Buddhism, the Vajra is a symbol for the nature of reality, indicating endless creativity, potency, and skillful activity. The Vajra and the bell are used in many rites by practitioners of these arts. The Vajra is a male polysemic symbol that represents many things for the Tantrika. The Vajra is the representative of skillful means, whereas its companion tool, the bell, which is a female symbol, denotes prajna, wisdom. Oh, okay. So this thing is a male symbol, and this thing is a female symbol. Tantric, you may recognize the term tantric from like tantric sex and stuff like that, which has ties to Buddhism. What does the word tantric actually mean, though? Oh god, oh no, oh Jesus. Tantra means to weave or warp or loom together, representing the bond between man and women, like physically and figuratively. The term Tantra also means any systematic, broadly applicable text, theory, system, method, instrument, technique, or practice. So it's a very broad term. It doesn't just refer to sex in particular. In Buddhism, the Vajrayana traditions are known for tantric ideas and practices, which are based on Indian Buddhist tantras. So this is going hand in hand with what I was just talking about before, where we saw the figure holding multiple different objects and ritualistic things, is that the bond between a man and a woman, which is represented by tantra or tantric practices, it's not just like a beautiful thing of nature. It represents our unity. The male and the female are distinct and separate from each other, but the unification of man and women during sex and relationships represents the unity of these opposing sort of figures. I love how you can see the snow go upwards in this area. See no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil,
One of the panels is empty.
do no wrong. Elusive Hall Bell, a 5-pronged bell made of aged bronze, can be used repeatedly. When rung, monkeys and wolves alike are returned to their initial states. However, a monkey caught in the folding screen will not escape, whether the bell is rung or not. So if you're struggling with the encounter, you can reset the encounter by ringing the bell. As you proceed through the fight, you can hear sounds behind you, and you can also see footprints appear behind you as well, indicating that, oh, there he is. I can actually run into the monkey right here. So one of the monkeys is invisible, which is what this is supposed to be a hint to. And he basically follows you around during the whole time. One of them rings a bell, alerting his friends, and the other one can see you from a long distance, so he always scoots away.
Yet another who is lost in the halls of illusion. I believe you are on a mission and wish to leave this place.
Yes.
Then you must defeat the monkeys depicted on the panels at the hall entrance. Once you have done so, the divine child's voice will reach you.
So he says yet another who has gone into the halls of illusion, indicating that somebody else has been here before us. I believe that other person is likely Genichiro? Probably? Maybe?
The monkey in the purple kimono is the seeing monkey. He has excellent eyesight, can see great distances, and is very attentive. If he spots you, he will run immediately. He is exceedingly timid. The monkey in the orange kimono is the speaking monkey. While he does not have particularly good eyesight or hearing, he makes a big fuss when he sees a threat, causing all the other monkeys to run. Or perhaps he merely enjoys toying with humans. The monkey in the green kimono is the hearing monkey. He has excellent hearing, can hear across great distances, and is very attentive. He will generally run away the moment he hears you coming, making it hard to approach. He is exceedingly timid. I do not wish to leave the halls of illusion. It is usually quiet here, which means it is near to nirvana in its own way. At least, that is how it feels to me. Oh yes. By the way, there was once someone who, like you, was on a mission. I believe he chased the monkeys for a while, but everything here eventually went silent. I pray that you succeed.
Because that monkey is unseen, he also has his own eyes covered. Maybe not because he is unseen, but... So you can use Gachin's sugar to sneak up on the monkey with the bell. Or the pan, whatever the hell it is, the gong. He alerts the other monkeys, so you kind of want to take him out first. Where'd he go? Oh, they're both over there. I didn't think he spotted me. You fucker. Oh, you can't hit him with bullshit. The bell is deafening. Ringing it recklessly will also make your ears ring. A bare flame in the wind. When it goes out, the place becomes dark as night. A bare flame in the wind. When it goes out, the place... I thought it was a haiku for a second. I was trying to count the syllables. Hey Ollie, how's it going, man? I'm doing pretty well, thanks. Just fighting some monkeys. All I've done in this stream so far is fight monkeys. So the hearing monkey will occasionally drop in here. Or no, the one with excellent vision will drop in here, and if we open this and turn off the lights, it makes it easier for us to get the jump on them. I have no idea where any of these dudes are at right now. Shit. Alright, you want to get the hearing monkey to go to that platform there. Because once he's up here, you can ring the bell. And this stuns him for quite a while, so you get a free kill on him. And the last one is probably going to be up around here somewhere. He likes to hide up in this room. Below is an abyss. The bottom cannot be seen. Above is darkness. Nothing can be seen. Oh, so if I hide up here, I can get the jump on the seeing monkey. I forgot about this little section here. I don't know where the hell the last guy's at. Oh, there he is. Every time you defeat a monkey, they appear in the folding screen with their back turned.
Please, forgive them. They only sought to keep me hidden. However, it seems it was not not meant to be. Close your eyes. Let us meet at the inner sanctum.
Memory screen monkeys. The folding screen monkeys guarded the Hall of Illusions and befriended the Divine Child of Rejuvenation. Puppeteer ninjutsu. Technique that manipulates the victim like a puppet. This technique temporarily forces one who should have fled this realm to remain. A puppet moves on behalf of its master, but its strings are destined to snap. There's a bunch more lotus pods all over the place here. And when we want to go back to the Halls of Illusion, we do it through these lotus flowers here. The Halls of Illusion lie on the threshold betwixt life and death. Departed souls of the divine children drift and sway, taking shelter in the monkeys of the temple. Such is why the Divine Child of Rejuvenation speaks of them as friends. So this description here even tells us that the divine children's spirits are in the Halls of Illusion, but we'll see more of this later on when we deal with Kotaro. So earlier on in the temples of Senpo Mountain, we could see depictions of the high priests of Senpo Temple, and in the room with the lone surviving divine child of the rejuvenating waters, we see these images depicting other young children. So I believe the interpretation of these is that these are the divine children that did not survive. Because she even tells us that they are laid to rest here. Now they're all holding like different artifacts, like flowers and Buddhist ritual devices. The only really particularly noteworthy one is this, all the ones on this side have the moon in the background, represented by this dark circle. And all the ones on this side of the room all have a light circle representing the sun. But this one here actually has the flaming sun in the background. Not sure if there's any particular significance, but it's just interesting that this one appears to be unique. Oh hey, this box containing the Black Mortal Blade has a Tomoe symbol down here. So Tomoe is not just the name of one of the characters that we have in the game, But Tomoe is also the name of this shape that we see here. Any streamers might also recognize it as the symbol for OBS, I believe, or something very similar to OBS, or the symbol. It has a bunch of different interpretations. Like, I believe it's used as a comma. It's commonly translated as comma, but it is a swirl, or like a whirlpool kind of shape. And it has a bunch of different interpretations. But it also refers to... There's something about a character named Tomoe who was a female archer. And Tomoe was not just a female in this game, but if Genichiro had good skills with the bow, he was likely taught those skills by Tomoe. Closely associated with Shinto shrines, those dedicated to Hachiman. I believe Hachiman is the bowman that I was just thinking about. A third element of its symbolic panorama concerns water, an association engendered by its swirling pattern. It's considered a charm against fire. Tomoe Gozen. There we go. So Hachiman shrines typically depict Tomoes on them all over the place. I don't think there's any real significance to them, considering the story. But Tomoe Gozen was a female archer.
Why do you seek this place?
I seek the mortal blade.
Do you know of the blade that cannot be drawn?
Yes.
It is so called, for not one who has drawn it has ever survived. Yet you still wish to attempt this.
Hell yeah.
I do.
I see. Very well. If you are prepared, you may gaze upon the blade. Why is it, I wonder? Are they not loath to die? How are you? Your eye. I see. You carry the curse of the dragon's heritage.
The curse.
The mortal blade. Without question. I accept its power.
An Odachi capable of slaying the undying, its crimson blade will take the life of any who dares draw it. Without the power of resurrection, one could not hope to wield this weapon, which allows one to defeat even infested beings. Long concealed within Senpo Temple, the blade is inscribed with its true name, Gracious Gift of Tears. And it's using this sword that we're able to extract the tears from the divine dragon.
I see you serve the divine heir of the dragon's heritage.
Yes.
Why do you seek the mortal blade?
I wish to obtain the dragon tears from the divine realm to sever the ties of immortality.
I see. I have read about this. I have read there is a way to sever the dragon's heritage. Which means the divine heir begrudges the power of the dragon's heritage.
That's right.
How strange fate can be. I am one of the children of the rejuvenating waters. created by those who would stop at nothing to achieve immortality. My false dragon's blood was created by man.
Children. So there are many of you.
I am the only one who survived the process. The others are laid to rest here.
I see.
I do not know if it is right to sever the ties of immortality, but the dragon's heritage undeniably corrupts the lives of men, and I share the heir's feelings about that truth. Shinobi of the Divine Heir, I have decided to assist you. Please, hold out your hand.
What?
Bless us with bountiful harvest.
Rice that spilled from the palms of the child of rejuvenation gradually recovers vitality for a time. Even in falsehood, the power of the dragon's blood brings a bountiful harvest. Rice is precious. The flavor grows richer with each bite and is sure to raise one's spirits.
This is... rice?
There you are. Rice is a precious thing. It tastes better the more you eat it, and restores one's vigor.
Hell yeah.
Shinobi of the Divine Heir, you are welcome here.
This is for you.
What is this?
I was told to give this to you.
Thank you. I will accept it.
What's wrong?
I still cannot help but detest them. Farewell, Shinobi of the Divine Heir. May the harvest be plentiful wherever your path may lead.
Not sure if I can just rest here and then continue on, but I'll give it a shot.
Shinobi, I apologize. I shall... Farewell, may...
Alright, so now I'm gonna go finish off the Guardian Ape. Oops, wrong place. I saw Guardian Ape and immediately hit the button. Yeah, if you kill the second Guardian Ape fight, but you don't have the Mortal Blade, the centipede just stays here and writhes around. I forgot to mention this earlier, but I've said several times that centipedes represent impurity and stagnation in Japan, because not only are centipedes incredibly hard to kill, which may explain why they make stuff undying in this game, but you also associate centipedes with like dead corpses and bodies, something that thrives on death, if you want to put it that way. In order for centipedes to lay their eggs, they have to do it in still bodies of water. If they try to lay their eggs in rivers, flowing, rejuvenating water, they'll get swept up by the currents. But if centipedes lay their eggs in still bodies of water that are unmoving, we consider these bodies of water impure and vile and disgusting, but even so, they can still be a seedbed for life. So there's also a bunch of myths regarding centipedes in Japan. I believe they're referred to as mukade. Mukade. But there's also a story in Japanese mythology about Omokade. Omokade means giant centipede. It's a yokai in Japanese mythology. The Omokade is a giant man-eating centipede that lives in the mountains. While it eats humans, the Omokade has a weakness to human saliva. A giant centipede, or Mukade, was killed near Lake Biwa. According to the legendary tale, while crossing the bridge over the lake, Tawa was besought by a giant serpent to avenge the killer of her sons and grandsons. The centipede made its lair at a mountain nearby. Tawera shot 2 ineffective arrows, but the third arrow smeared with his saliva proved lethal. So, a giant serpent told this character to kill the centipede, which was so big that it wrapped around an entire mountain. Oh yeah, there's also a reference to this in Ghost of Tsushima, where there's a quest called Omokade's Revenge. It gives you some centipede-related cosmetics. Centipedes also represent impurity in Bloodborne, because when we equip the impurity rune, we get centipedes as drops called vermin. As well, the impurity rune is called that in Bloodborne in the English translation, but in the Japanese translation for the rune, it's referred to as stagnation. Stagnation doesn't have as much of a inherent meaning in Western cultures as it does in Japan, but it doesn't just refer to stagnant waters, still waters that become more putrid over time. It can also refer to lack of growth. So if you as a person stay in the same spot, doing the same job, doing the same things, you will stagnate over time. You're not growing as a person. You're just doing the same shit over and over and over again, and this might have consequences. There were also periods of time in Japanese history where there was no economic growth in the country, so these periods have been referred to as the stagnation of Japan. But usually these periods are marked afterwards by intense and rapid growth. So you only get the immortality severed message when you're finally able to kill an immortal or an undying. Bestowal ninjutsu. Wreathes a blade in the victim's blood, extending its reach. The wolf discovered this technique upon beheading a foe with the mortal blade, forming a cursed sword from spilled blood. Though it bears likeness to the mortal blade, it cannot kill the undying. So you stab somebody, imbue your sword with blood, a la Shikage, and you get the same attacks when you use this ability, but it extends the reach of the sword. So if you remember the Maria fight in Bloodborne, she has the same attacks throughout the fight, but adding blood increases the reach of her sword. So now that we've killed the guardian ape, when we leave the area and come back, we'll find a Shichimen warrior in its place. Shichimen warriors are usually found at burial sites, and they can be seen raising the spirits of the dead that are laid to rest there, usually unceremoniously in mass graves, as we saw earlier. I must have to leave the area entirely and then come back. Oh, I forgot. Killing the guardian ape is a breakpoint. So now we can't go to the castle, because the game has moved on to its next stage. I forgot about that. Hopefully I did everything I needed to beforehand. I think I did. Pretty sure I did. Huh, so when does the Shichimen warrior show up? Oh, I haven't dealt with the slender finger yet, that might be why.
What is it?
Finger whistle. Created by fitting a slender finger to the prosthetic. Its sound will grab an enemy's attention and draw them to the whistle's location. By locking onto a target, only the targeted enemy will hear the whistle. The sound of the finger whistle enrages beasts, making them unable to distinguish friend from foe.
What is it?
He's supposed to give me dialogue, but he keeps coughing. I need to friggin' do the dragon rot quests. But wait. When can I talk to Lady Emma? I can't talk to Lady Emma until I defeat the owl. Shit. God damn it. Alright, so the easiest way to get back to the castle is go to the dungeon and go out back the other way at the entrance. Usually when you give the sculptor the finger whistle, he acknowledges it and has dialogue, but his dialogue is stuck right now because he's coughing because of dragon rot.
Where's the next shift? My watch ended a while ago, but no one's coming to take my place.
Hey Tim, how's it going? Pistol is definitely the coolest ninjutsu, combat-wise anyway. I'm doing pretty good, thanks.
The shinobi. They're in the moat.
Virtuous Deed acquires the latent skill, improves the amount of sen obtained from enemies, and improves item drop rates. In the words of the High Priest of Senpo Temple, one should focus only on deeds of virtue and forego thoughts of attaining wealth. We found this text at the end of Senpo Temple, and it basically said that the ways of the Senpo monks had become corrupted. So it says here that one should focus only on deeds of virtue and forego thoughts of attaining wealth, but we know from the sugars that the monks at Senpo now sell the sugars in attempt to gain money to pay for their undying research. I'm not sure if there's a reason to go over here at this point. I'm pretty sure this is all the same stuff. Yeah, there's nothing new here. So we can see here that the attack on Ashina Castle is now in full force. The Ashina warriors are being overwhelmed by the Interior Ministry warriors. Aren't there supposed to be dudes? Where are all the dudes? Oh, whatever. God. The enemies at this stage in the game give a lot more experience and sen, so it's a much easier to farm those things at this part in the game. And then later on, there's another breakpoint where the farming gets even better. You can see the Nightjar assassins have been slain. And we can also see now that some of the rats are also working for the Interior Ministry due to their red outfits. I went for the death blow and completely missed. So if you want to farm Divine Confetti, you can come to this dojo at this stage in the game, and if you have the Demon Bell and Possession Balloon, you can get through this whole area pretty easily, and they'll occasionally drop Divine Confetti before you're able to buy it. I'm pretty sure only the Ashina Samurai can drop the Divine Confetti, though. If you don't do it the way that I did, they'll actually like fight each other. Might as well just go this way, it doesn't matter. If you don't kill the priestess there, she prevents you from using this idol, so always kill her if you're just rushing past everything. Now you can see there's a shinobi here, but there's another one over here. So you can get a death blow on this guy, and if you have the ninjutsus, which you should at this point, you can use them to your advantage. So notice how he's using his left hand to inflict the poison. He even has the name Vile Hand. can still get hit by your puppets, so you gotta be careful. So yeah, they use their left hand to attack you for the poison attacks. He even gives you lumps of fatty wax, indicating that something is wrong with these guys and their bodies. And of course he lands in such a way that I can't see his left hand. Damn it. Oh wait, there it is. So you can see how the vile hands, their left hands aren't just disfigured, like they aren't just decrepit and weird looking, but they're actually green, which explains how they're able to deal poison damage to you with them. So as I've said before, all the Interior Ministry Shinobi dudes have their left hands. They just don't use them in combat, or they're covered in poison. So that's how they deal the poison damage to you. You can parry their thrust attack.
Lord Ishin, I'm concerned that the Tengu will make another escape.
Emma,
Yes?
I imagine Genichiro will show up eventually to put it to use. The other mortal blade.
To protect Ashina, he'll abandon everything about who he is. Won't he?
Yes. I expect no less from my own grandchild. However, I cannot let him use Kuro's blood. He can only swing the blade but a few more times. And when that happens, the Tengu will be no more.
But there is the other one.
You mean Sekiro? He is a sullen sort, but I can't say I detest the lad. In truth, he fascinates me.
It never fails. Lord Ishin disappears the moment I take my eyes off of him. He's quite a handful. Goodbye.
look of concern on your face. Emma's always telling this old bastard to stay here. So that's why I'm here. You're leaving, Sekiro. Another time, then.
So they mentioned the other mortal blade, and at this point in the game we find a chest here with a scroll in it. Black scroll, an old text describing a black mortal blade. In addition to the red mortal blade, there exists one that is black in color. The blade's name is Open Gate, and is said to hold the power to open a gate to the underworld. It is through this power that it creates life. I beseech you, make offerings for the dragon's blood. So when we fight Sword Saint Ishin at the end of the game, Genichiro sacrifices himself by cutting his neck with the blade, and essentially the dead Ishin is brought back from the underworld because this sword opens a gate to it. So by making an offering for the dragon's blood, you can bring back people that have passed. You can see a red lotus flower on the gate up here. There are some new items over here. Whoa. Hello there. Oh god. I didn't know they did that. That's amazing. Hey, didn't Badger said that this could reflect cannon fire? Holy shit, it does work. One-shots those guys when it's at full strength. Holy shit. Wait, there's an eavesdrop there? shit, I forgot about that. I'm probably gonna have to reload the area and try to sneak past all these guys now to get that. He probably mentions the Badger moving on to Senpo. Although maybe he's still here. No, Badger's gone. Loot the fucking item. Jesus. They should have made drop ledge L3 or something so it's less intrusive. Oh shit. So how do I get the eavesdrop on this guy? Hey Orphan, what's up, man?
Those backwater Ashina took the bait beautifully, not even knowing it was a trap. How dumb can you be?
Why is it not powering up? Yeah, not so backwater now, am I? You little bastard. You little bastard. Yeah. You saw nothing. Nothing happened. Okay, I keep seeing a grapple and then it keeps disappearing. Oh, it's over there. What is even the point of this? Huh. Oh God. Oh, Indeed. Alright, where the hell am I going now? I guess this way? I'm an adult, okay? I swear I'm an adult. Fight me! Come on! Hell yeah. Synchronicity.
Never would have thought the Imperial Ministry would become our enemy. If the old Lord falls, we'll be defeated swiftly, no doubt. I'm wondering, though, if that happens, will we still get paid? There's no point in running away with an empty purse.
So yeah, not only do the Misen monks drop like heavy coin purses and bulging coin purses, but this dialogue here also implies they don't care who their allegiance is with, as long as they get paid at the end of the day. Oh, get yeeted. Oh my god. God, that's brutal. So at this point, instead of being monkeys here, there should be dogs here now. And I can show you the effects of the finger whistle. You can see dead monkeys as well as the dead shinobi. They were supposed to fight each other, but they just walked around like idiots. Alright, so you can get the jump on this guy.
Masanari, I never would have believed a man of your ability could be slain. It appears as though a demon lurks within Ashina.
So, the one interior minister shinobi refers to the dead man on the ground as Masanari. If you remember the Dragon's Homecoming ending, where we eventually fight the Purification ending, whatever ending where we fight Owl at the Harada estate, the interior ministry shinobi that's talking to Juzo the drunkard is named Masanari. So this is the same shinobi that we see at the Harada estate in the true version of the memory. And that's also why he drops a dragon's blood droplet here. And Masanaga, the spear bearer, doesn't actually wield a spear, but he's another one of the poison bros. And of course he lands... Oh, there's his hand. So yeah, once again, for the final time I'm gonna fucking mention it, all of the interior ministry shinobi dudes have left hands, but their left hands are degenerative because they don't use them in combat. And this goes so far as to also deal poison damage for some of them. So, Vile Hand and the Spear Bearer, and I believe there's another one. They all have their left hands, and they use their green left hand to inflict poison damage on Wolf. So this is Masanaga, the corpse that we saw here earlier. And he drops a dragon's blood droplet, because he's the shinobi that we saw at the Harada estates. You find these because they're occasionally dropped by the divine heir of the dragon's heritage, and you also find these when they're in relation to Kuro or to Takeru. Yeah, the Tengu, earlier on when we visited the Tengu in this shrine, he had killed Masanari, saying that there was more than one type of rat besetting the castle. Okay, I need another skill point. So I'm gonna go back to the castle real quick. I'm gonna get 1 skill point, I'm gonna spend all the money that I have, and then when I go to fight Owl, I'm gonna die on purpose a bunch of times, because I really need to get the Dragonrot quest done. I tried dying like 6 times in a row the other day, and it absolutely wouldn't give anybody Dragonrot. You guys gonna farm each other, or kill each other, or what's gonna attack me? Haha, take that. Getting the final deflection on that kick is pretty goddamn satisfying. Holy shit. Didn't work. It didn't work. I'm hitting the button, you cuck. God fucking damn it. There we go. Shinobi Medicine rank 3. A shinobi fights as a lone wolf without the help of others. As such, medicinal knowledge is vital. The only way to learn such techniques is to be gravely injured time and time again by worthy opponents. Hello there. Why is this guy already missing health? Haha, burn. Burn. Oh yeah, I did receive some fulminated mercury earlier. Highly precious grains forming the base for a devastating form of gunpowder, used in explosive prosthetic tool upgrades of advanced rank. Created in secret by the Interior Ministry using knowledge from across southern seas, the Central Forces military might owes much to this tiny tweak of chemistry. If anybody is familiar with the TV series Breaking Bad, they might recognize the tiny tweak of chemistry as being a reference to that show, where they use fulminated mercury as part of a cleansing or purification process for crystal meth. Herder. Sinbo leaping kicks. Hell yes. Give me that. Leaping kicks is one of my favorite combat arts. So you do a somersault over them, and you come down with your feet. You can also use this to jump over enemies and evade sweep attacks. It's a very handy combat art. It may not do a shit ton of damage, but using it to evade stuff is pretty cool. Go for the finger whistle upgrades first. A finger whistle that can create an echo effect. Its sound will grab an enemy's attention and draw them to the whistle's location. By locking onto a target, only the targeted enemy will hear the whistle. Taking a deep breath before performing a whistle allows for the sound to be delayed. So when you use the normal mountain echo, they'll be immediately alerted to your presence. But if you use this one, you can use the whistle and then get to cover before they actually get their attention drawn to you, which can be quite handy. Phoenix's lilac umbrella, a loaded umbrella emblazoned with a purplish blue phoenix. When spread open, it will protect against attacks from all directions. Hold it out while moving to protect from light attacks. The blessing of the Phoenix fills the umbrella, preventing damage from apparition-type enemies. Not only does this prevent you from getting hit by terror and other ghosts' attacks, but if you use this with living force, you can also use the ability, the attacking ability you use with the shield, in order to do damage to apparition-type enemies. So I'm going to be using this to absolutely shit on the Headless. Have you talked about Buddha yet? Yes, multiple times. How's it going, Zach? What's up, dude? Gouging Top, an enhanced shuriken that pierces enemies with its sharp blades. These piercing blades retain momentum after landing and will damage an enemy's vitality and posture even if guarded. Taking a moment to further bend the spring and build rotational energy will cause the blade to rotate after landing, damaging the enemy multiple times on hit. So this will actually go through multiple targets. So if you line up smaller enemies like wolves and monkeys and the like, you can actually one-shot them with one spirit emblem, which is quite handy. Long Spark, an upgraded firecracker using compound gunpowder. Compound gunpowder is said to have a long spark, and by increasing the proportion of black gunpowder, the effect can be prolonged for longer than the average firecracker. The flames of the firecrackers bloom for a short while. So instead of just going blam and then getting firecrackers, they go so it lasts for a little bit longer if they happen to miss the first time. Alright, time to die to Owl on purpose a bunch of times. Not only for lore, but so I can get this stupid Dragonrot quest done finally. Pretty sure there's nothing else for me to really do right now. Oh, I can go to the Guardian Apes burrow. The Shichimen warrior decided to show up eventually. 4 more hours than you were supposed to, rip. Oh well, you gotta get that money. You gotta get that money. So once we sever immortality to the Guardian Ape and come back to this area, we can see a Shichimen warrior. The first Shichimen warrior, he's at a mass grave where the vassals of the Ashina clan were unceremoniously laid to rest after the rebellion. So before, in the first battle with the Shichimen warrior, he's raising these tormented souls up from like a bunch of bones that are in the ground, so it's a little bit more evident. But we did kill the Guardian Ape, and their mate also died here in the den, so this place also has an association with death. Shichimen warrior roughly translates to 7-faced warrior, and we find them at these graves because they use the tormented souls of the dead to attack us. They're called the Shichimen warriors because they collect the masks of the dead, so they have multiple faces. There's obviously more than 7 faces here, but the etymology of the word, like I literally just googled Shichimen warrior and somebody said it meant 7-faced warriors, so I don't know if that's actually what it means in truth, but it fits the theme of all the masks that they carry. These are samurai masks in particular. The head that's on the left shoulder of the Shichimen warrior also has the same kind of masks, but you can also see a centipede on the top of the helmet. You can also see the symbol for terror on the eyes there. So when you get afflicted by terror status, that's the symbol that shows up. So yeah, they literally use the tormented souls of the dead to attack us and afflict us with terror. Use Divine Confetti not only to do more damage to this guy, but if you have Divine Confetti on your sword, you can also attack the projectiles that he throws and damage them before they deal terror to you. And I always use Pacifying Agent when I'm fighting these guys anyway, just to make it a bit easier. I thought I had the wrong one on. Anti-air death blow for an easy death blow. You can deflect the laser. If you use the lilac umbrella, you can also do it that way. Malcontent's ring. An old ring well suited for slender fingers. Kingfisher is engraved on the underside. Wearing this ring as you blow the finger whistle would create a somber tune. The weeping voice is full of solitude and beauty, possibly somber enough to temporarily quell a voice of rage. So the slender finger belonged to a woman, and this ring allows you to play a tune through the finger that the sculptor recognizes. It also makes it so right now you can use the finger whistle to pull enemies. You can use it to enrage beasts. And then with this modification, we can also use it to stun apparition type enemies or demons. I can do Kotaro's quest now. Probably should have done this earlier, to be honest.
They left me all alone, and I have to find the pure white flower. Where could it be?
So if we give him the red and white pinwheel, we can send Kotaro to either the dungeon or to Anayama. If we send him to the dungeon, he will be experimented on by Dojun and Dosaku, who is in fact the same person. And if we send him to Anayama, Anayama and Kotaro will be killed when the invasion of Ashina Castle happens, but Anayama will give us a piece of paper that costs 1 sen, and when we have this in our inventory, it reduces the cost of all vendor prices for the rest of our playthroughs. So even if we go into New Game Plus, everything from the vendors will have a reduced cost. If we give him the white pinwheel, which not only represents a lotus flower, which usually grow off by themselves, but also represents the lone survivor of the experiments by the Senpo monks, the divine child of the rejuvenating waters, we can send him to the Halls of Illusion to be reunited with the divine children that he is currently crying about.
Is this the pure white flower?
That's... Oh, I remember now. Everyone. They are children of the rejuvenating waters. And I remember I tried to find a pure white pinwheel. A pinwheel for that child. Hey, can I ask a favor?
What?
Could you spirit me away?
I don't follow.
I know about you. You're a shinobi, right? Those monks say. Shinobi can spirit people away. Make them disappear as if they were never there.
Why do you want that?
I'm sure that everyone will be wherever I disappear to. And then I'll get to see them. I'm in charge of looking after the children, after all. You can do that, right?
All right.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm ready. But also a little frightened. But yes, do it.
So pinwheels are toys that are given to children in Japan. In the context of the story in Sekiro, they're also offered at the graves of children in fond remembrance of them. That's also why we see Jizo statues everywhere, because Jizo is a guardian deity in the Shinto religion who looks after the spirits of deceased children and protects them with his red cloth. When we give Kotaro the white pinwheel, we can spirit him away using the divine abduction, which is the only prosthetic tool that refers to spiriting away. Gathers and releases a gust of wind, forcing enemies caught by the vortex to turn around. It is a mild sort of being spirited away that can be returned from quickly. Wait, we can imbue the sword with divine abduction? What does that do? Does that just let us get like an instant death blow on the guy? I mean, it's just gonna one-shot these dudes. Oh. But I can probably use that to attack people and make them turn around and get a death blow. I never thought that it affected that. Living force. Projected force works with the finger whistle. Living force works with divine abduction. Holy shit, I never realized that. So how does the projected force one work? What? Oh my god, that's sick. Dude. Oh my god, I can't believe I never thought about that before. That's so sick. Yeah, I'm gonna be focusing on lore as much as I can on my Elden Ring first playthrough, but I'm obviously not gonna be able to do the same kind of stuff I do with Bloodborne and Sekiro until I have multiple playthroughs under my belt.
Huh. So you made it out this way too?
You?
Like I said, loose ends.
What are you doing here?
Over there. I need to cross to the other side of the cliff, but I'm fresh out of ideas.
There's no way to cross?
If you had a shinobi kite, that'd do it. But it ain't easy keeping the kite afloat, especially when you're an amateur with cargo to spare.
I see.
There's an assassin below the cliff who handles the kites. If he could keep that thing in the air, it'd be risky, but it just might work. The thing is, he won't take a bribe. I ask you, what's the world coming to?
So once we kill the folding screen monkeys and get Puppeteer, we can turn this guy into a puppet, and he'll activate the kite for us and hold it there.
The puppeteer technique, huh? First time I've seen it. Not bad. Not bad at all. Thought I'd finally see you crack a smile. And with that, I can attend to my personal matters. Thanks, pal.
This item is placed across the gap to be a hint earlier on that we're supposed to be able to get over here somehow. You can see a snake skin on the branch up there. Because we find the serpent god on the other end of this little grave site we find ourselves in. So this right here is how I found out that these are gravestones and memorial statues. So pay attention to the dialogue here from the badger.
Well, well, if it isn't all chuckles.
Did you take care of your business?
That I did. All thanks to you.
Whose grave is this?
This? It belongs to my kid.
I see.
After the little run passed away, all the grunt work I used to do just didn't cut it. Experiments with rejuvenation, kidnapping, responsibilities of a black hat, everything to do with this temple was just rubbing me the wrong way.
So that's why you quit.
That's right. Anyway, that about wraps things up here for me. Guess I've got nothing else to do but head back to Ashina Castle. Be a damn sight better than this place.
So his dialogue in here confirms that all of these things that we've seen all throughout different areas in the game are grave sites and tombstones.
Well, that takes care of my business here. I owe you one. I guess it's about time I headed back to Ashina Castle. Oh, by the way, you probably figured already, but Ashina, you know, she reeks of charred corpses and gunpowder. Something fierce. The rats are flooding in like you wouldn't believe. You watch yourself out there.
And we also find Mibu balloons of spirits at grave sites because they're imbued with a blessing of sympathy, and this balloon expresses mourning for the dearly departed. Red and white pinwheels are offered in fond remembrance. Fresh serpent viscera, the persimmon-like heart of a great serpent. The great serpent is considered to be a god of the land, and the heart is believed to be where one's spirit resides. While its shape bears similarity to a persimmon, in fact this is the red viscera of a god. It is safe to assume that eating it would be poisonous to one's health. Viscera is like guts and organs, and the heart is believed to be where one's spirit resides. So in modern days, we kind of believe like all of our thoughts and everything are produced by our mind. So our spirit resides up in our head somewhere. I mean, technically it should be our whole body. But in ancient times, especially in Egypt, the heart was believed to be where the spirit was. So this is why in Egyptian mummification ceremonies, they would remove the brain but leave the heart intact because they wanted the person's spirit to carry on into the afterlife. Got a little bit of red on me. Here we can see the guardian ape's watering hole. And if we go down into that spot, we can look up here and see where the serpent god is. I pointed that out earlier. So we have this cave that's only accessible by going this way. It has a dragon's blood droplet, rarely dropped by a divine heir of the dragon's heritage. And a Jizo statue, which is another symbol of resurrection. So even though the other monks, the mountain monks of Senpo, abandoned their faith in search for immortality, Shugendo is the practice of traveling up and down the mountain in search of enlightenment. So if this guy is mummified here, he might be somebody who didn't go along with the rest of the monks and decided to instead meditate in this cave until he passed on. There is an item you can see across the way there, but it's just a, it's just more snap seeds. Alright, let's go visit the Divine Child again real quick.
Shinobi of the Divine Air, you are welcome here. Shinobi of the Divine Air, this time the rice grew well. Now, hold out your hand.
Please.
Bless us with bountiful harvest.
I thank you.
Rice is very precious. Please come again, should you want for more. Farewell, Shinobi of the Divine Air. May the harvest be plentiful wherever your path may lead.
Alright, let's go pay a visit to Kotaro after we spirited him away to the Halls of Illusion.
Why have you returned? Kotaro and I both wish to remain here, free from distraction. I ask that you leave quietly.
No, that's not true. That guy, I know he looks a little shifty, but he's a good man.
Kotaro?
Oh, it's you! Well, I'm glad you made it. Look, everyone, Mr. Shinobi is here too. Ah, children, greet him properly. All right. You can't see them, can you?
The rejuvenated children?
Yes! You can't see them, but they're there. They're adorable kids. Right then. I must give you my thanks. Take this.
Taro persimmon. A conspicuously red persimmon at the peak of its ripeness, commonly called a taro persimmon. Kotaro is a member of the Taro troop. Greatly increases posture recovery for a time, even when attacking or taking damage. The Ashina Taro troop are practically raised on these fruits, which is why they all know the best time to pick them.
Thank you so much.
What is it?
The kids are saying thank you too. They're so adorable.
So Kotaro says that the children are here, we just can't see them. And if we attack the air, those little wobbly lines, those appear when we attack stuff that can't be killed. So we see the same things when we attack NPCs, implying that the spirits of the rejuvenated children are here. We just can't see them. Probably can't get more rice yet, but I'm gonna try anyway. Oh. child is sleeping now because I ate 2 of the rice. In order to complete one of the endings in the game, you need to eat 2 or 3 rice in order to advance the child's quest line.
Oh, Shinobi of the Divine Air. I awaited your return. I apologize. The right I shall give.
Bitch.
Thank you for
Alright, I think it's owl time. I haven't done the Dragonrot quests, and right now the sculptor's dialogue is blocked. So I'm gonna go up to Owl. I'm gonna die a bunch of times trying to get some dialogue out of him. And I'm gonna continue to die until at least one person gets Dragonrot.
It's you. The Divine Air and Lady Emma. They're being targeted.
Fellas. I didn't want to. God, Diggity, why do you jump so far in this game? Okay, it's very cool. Very fucking cool. Stupid game. I don't know how the hell you talk to this guy without triggering that fucking dude. I'm gonna use a Gatchin's sugar and see if that works.
For your help is truly maddening.
I remember you well. I heard stories of your death, yet here you are. What are you plotting, Owl?
Plotting? I would do no such thing. Now, my lord, I must ask that you accompany me. This old bird has but one desire. To protect the divine air from those that might take his esteemed blood.
So, the dragon's heritage has seduced you too. And there is nothing to discuss. Take your leave.
I would, my lord, but I'm so stunned by this view. I'd like to take it in just a while longer. I'll leave when I've had my fill.
Notice the blood stains all over his hair. He's got owl feathers all over his garb as well.
Father, to think you were still alive.
That was my design, but the same could be said for you. I was certain you died that night.
Yeah, because you killed me.
The divine air brought me back.
That's it.
What?
The divine air's power, the dragon's blood, must be mine.
Father.
Now you see it. Remember the first rule of the code. As your father, I order you to forsake your master. From this moment, he is your master no more.
Forsake the divine air.
Listen to me, Wolf. Obey your father's command, and forsake the divine air.
So here we get a choice. If we obey the Iron Code, which the first rule is to obey our parents, then we forsake Kuro as our master and help pursue the owl's pursuit of Kuro's blood. If we break the Iron Code, we stay loyal to Kuro and betray our father in his eyes.
I cannot do as you ask.
You... what? A shinobi, showing the likes of compassion. Unthinkable. Such a miserable display. Why, boy? Why can't you understand your father's will? Have you forgotten the shinobi code?
A code must be determined by the individual. This is what I've decided. Just as my master did.
Never turn your back on a shinobi.
Seems you've grown, if just a little. Have it your way, young wolf.
Enough talk.
Been a while since we did this. Give me all.
These are the
I'm sensing some insubordination.
These are the rules of the Iron Code. Each time he kills us, he tells us another one of the rules.
absolute. You give your life to keep him safe. You bring him back at any cost. At this rate, you'll lose him again. But you must take revenge by any means necessary. I wonder if you've got it in you to bring me down.
Oh, I kind of fucked that up. Alright, so if you die up to 3 times in the battle, he tells you all of the rules of the Shinobi Code. 1, the parent is absolute. 2, the master is absolute. 3, the fear is absolute. Fear is absolute. And we finally got some fucking rod essence. Let's go. Somewhere a pain cough rings out continuously, the coughing and wheezing sounds of a man who makes his living dealing in information, yet cannot remove himself from compassion. So as I demonstrated in that fight, when you die during a battle, your resurrective power gets blocked out by a black bar over the red nodes. The pink nodes you see, rather, over my health bar down there. Those indicate your resurrective power. But if you die through normal means, a black bar prevents you from using your resurrections. If the black bar appears, you can use dragon's blood droplets and Jizo statues to enable the use of resurrection again. Death for lore purposes, okay?
You've caught it too.
Friend, I can't breathe. Damn it, I'm not gonna die here.
Cough into my hand, please.
I'm taking a blood sample.
Dragon rot blood sample contains stagnated blood. Emma can use this to find a cure for dragon rot.
Not to bring this to Lady Emma.
It never fails. Lord Ishin disappears the moment I take my eyes off of him. He's quite a handful.
I've obtained one.
A blood sample. Let me see. The coloration is very similar to the sculptor's. The color is just slightly tainted. But what's this?
Do you have enough blood?
I believe so. Allow me to continue my research into the dragon rot. When we speak again, It's likely I'll have made a breakthrough. In fact, count on it. Goodbye. I've been waiting for you.
Any progress?
Yes, I found some answers. The source of the dragon rot is the stagnation in your blood.
What causes the stagnation?
The blood has only a limited amount of power available to it. Let's say you've used all of this power, and then you attempt to resurrect again. The resurrection still occurs, but it must draw on power from another source.
From those that have the dragon rot?
I believe so. For those who have the dragon rot, the natural life force that everyone has, that allows them to live their lives and function as human beings, has been taken from them. Their blood has stagnated.
Can it be cured?
Yes. By giving back what has been taken. Here you are.
Recovery Charm, a dragon rot recovery charm created by Emma. With this charm, one can offer a dragon's blood droplet at a sculptor's idol to restore all afflicted with dragon rot back to health. The charm contains a dragon rot victim's blood, which Emma managed to purify and solidify into a blood stone. Bloodborne, anybody?
Goodbye.
The recovery charm allows dragon rot sufferers to be healed from a sculptor's idol. A dragon's blood droplet can be consumed to heal dragon rot from all those afflicted. Doing so will cause all rot essence to disappear, returning the chances of receiving unseen aid to the default value. Alright, so Buddy has dragon rot right now, but the incessant coughing must cease. So now both him and the sculptor have been healed. They no longer cough, and we can actually engage in dialogue with these characters now.
As though your old memories have been awakened.
Yes, I saw the divine air.
I see. I won't say any more, and neither should you. All that you saw was yours alone.
Sculptor, what did that Buddha show you?
Were you listening?
Tell me.
Flames.
Flames?
That is all I can see. It doesn't matter what offering I make. Flames, spreading as far as the eye can see, and consuming Ashina.
That's...
We're done here.
It's technically what happens after the Shura ending. When you do the Shura ending, it implies that everybody in Ashina ends up getting killed by a wolf, and only flames and ash remain.
Idols are all I can carve. The only Buddhas the wood shows me have faces of wrath, and I can only carve what I see.
I brought some tea.
This tea smells pretty good. Suppose I'll have some. Oh, I needed that. This tea reminds me of Emma's father.
About Lady Emma's father.
Dogen. He was an extraordinary doctor. He was also very well versed in mechanisms and devices. Better put, he was obsessed with mechanisms to the point that it affected his health. He didn't take much else seriously, but I owed him my life. And we could say that you owe him your life as well.
What do you mean?
When I lost my left arm, Dogen created that thing, which has now become your left arm. The first version was a complete failure, didn't work at all, so he remade it. Then he remade it again and again, countless times.
What?
He told me I needed to practice with the prosthetic in order to use it properly. So Emma would pester me into carving her spinning tops and other toys. After much training of that sort, it came to be called a shinobi fang. In other words, that prosthetic arm is Dogen's legacy.
His legacy?
So much time has passed. While I have abandoned my shinobi ways, that alone I could not bear to abandon.
So one of the prosthetic tool upgrades for the shuriken is called the gouging top, and it mentions how the shuriken continues to spin like a top does. A top is a children's toy where they spin it and it continues to spin, and it can also have like symbols and letters and stuff on it. So when he was still practicing with the prosthetic arm, initially the sculptor, instead of fighting with it, would use it to craft things like toys for Emma.
I brought some sake.
Don't mind if I do.
Is it not to your liking?
No, it's damn good. But it does make my old wounds ache.
Your left arm?
Yes, and this sake was a favorite of the man who cut it off.
Who was?
Lord Ishin.
Ishin? Why?
He did it for my sake. I was on the verge of being consumed.
Consumed by what?
Shura. Well, whether you believe me or not, that's for you to decide. But you do well to beware Shura's shadow.
Earlier on, when we gave the same sake to Ishin, he said that he once had to kill Ashura, and that he could see Shura's shadow in Wolf's eyes as well. This is, of course, a precursor to the Shura ending, where we become driven by bloodlust and proceed to kill everybody in our path, basically forever. We even kill our own father. And then the ending says that everybody in Ashina was killed by a demon that roamed the lands. There's also a skin that you can get if you complete the boss trials, and this skin is basically what Wolf would look like after he became Shura. The reason I'm giving Sculptor all of the different types of sake right now is because if you give him every type of sake, it reveals the truth about Sculptor and the Demon of Hatred.
I brought something for you.
Monkey booze, is it? It burns the throat, same as ever. This really brings back memories.
Did you drink this often?
I trained in the techniques of the shinobi, in the valley where the monkeys dwelled.
By yourself?
No, there were two of us. We were rogue shinobi. There was no proper master for the likes of us. That's why we went to the valley. To run, to jump, to clash swords. Where one slip would mean your doom. That was how we trained. We came to move exactly as monkeys did after a time.
Which is why Sculptor is the bounding monkey of the Sunken Valley.
I drank this monkey booze whenever I tired of training. And I'd listen to the howl of my partner's whistling finger while I drank.
Howl?
It was from his unique ring. Whistling through that ring would fill the valley with a somber melody. Strangely enough, I enjoyed that sound. I listened to it so often.
The kingfisher is the ring that we got from the guardian ape, or the finger that we got from the guardian ape, as well as the person the ring belonged to that we got from Shichimen Warrior. Kingfisher. All the shinobi in the game are named after different types of animals. So we have wolf, orangutan, owl, lady butterfly, and a kingfisher is a type of bird that eats fish.
I brought sake.
Ooh, Dragon Spring? That's fine quality sake. I'll take it then. Now that really hits the spot. Oh, there's nothing quite like this. I often drank this with Dogen. Emma would keep our cups filled.
Have you known Lady Emma for long?
Oh, that was a long time ago. I found her on a battlefield.
A battlefield?
She crept up, slowly towards me, her eyes fixed, unwavering on the rice I held in my hand. It became too much to bear, so I gave it to her. Then she just started following me. After that... Well, a while later, Ashina became a dangerous place for the both of us. Around then, Dogen adopted her as his daughter. I suppose it didn't really matter where she ended up. One thing's for sure. She's happier for the fact she wasn't raised by a shinobi.
So the story about Emma and Sculptor is very similar to what we saw between Wolf and the Owl at the beginning of the game. After Ishin's rebellion, the Owl found the young Wolf on the battlefield and offered his sword to him, basically. And after the same battle, presumably, Emma, as a child, walked up to Sculptor, who was holding rice in his hand, and ended up following him around. So before Dogen adopted her and took her in as his mentor, she originally was raised by the Sculptor for a short time.
Parched. Could use a cup of tea.
I just gave you like 4 cups of tea, bro. Jesus.
With a mechanical barrel, so many possibilities. I can use various purifying agents to further hone that fang of yours. So if you find something of that sort, be sure to bring it my way. You need something? Idols are all I can carve. The only Buddhas the wood shows me have faces of wrath, and I can only carve what I see.
I need one more lump of fat wax before I can get that one. And I think the only way to get lumps of fat wax is to go to the fountainhead, if I remember correctly.
Another time out?
So I think I lost out on the dialogue about the slender finger because the Sculptor had dragon rot for too long. Feels bad. Now that I have the mortal blade, I can complete a quest for Hanbei.
That sword on your back. What is it?
The mortal blade.
What? It's real? You don't suppose you could use it to end this curse of mine?
No.
But...
No.
I see. I can't force you to do it. But please, I beg of you, think it over, will you? I'll be here if you change your mind. So, have you decided to end my curse?
I will. Of course.
Thank you. A man with your skill could grant a merciful death, couldn't you?
Leave it to me.
Splendid. I must give my thanks to Sekiro. I will prepare for the beyond. The next time you see me, I'll be ready.
Hanbei is the only character that refers to the Sculptor, who's otherwise known as the orangutan, or the bounding monkey of the Sunken Valley, as Sekiro. If Sekiro means one-armed wolf. Then Sekiro means one-armed orangutan. There's a deity in Japanese folklore that is basically a giant red monkey who loves to drink sake. So, the prefix Seki means part of a whole. So Sekiro means one-armed wolf. Sekiro means one-armed orangutan.
I can finally die. My shame for not following my master into death. Can finally.
You're certain of this?
Yes. I want you to kill me.
As you wish.
Go on. Do it.
So at the very beginning of the game, Hanbei referred to him as himself as infested or undying, and when we receive the Mortal Blade, we can rip out the centipede and kill it. He also received a new item, which is Hidden Tooth, which is the same thing as Bite Down, except it isn't a limited resource. I only have 3 Bite Down, but you can use Hidden Tooth as many times as you want. False Tooth, loaded with a secret shinobi drug, blue in color, can be used repeatedly. Crush the blue nostrum between the back teeth to die as often as one pleases, could be useful in certain situations. Surely an unnecessary reminder, but the first death is typically one's last. So, if you die by the hands of an enemy, you won't be able to resurrect when you come back unless you use a dragon's blood droplet or a Jizo statue. If you're about to die and you only have like a little sliver of health left, you can use Hidden Tooth or Bite Down to die on your own terms. You still only come back with half of your health, but that'll be more health than you had before, and you'll still be able to resurrect should the enemy proceed to kill you. So, if you use the Hidden Tooth, the Bite Down, Dragon's Blood Droplet, and Jizo statues, you could technically die like 4 or 5 times in a battle as long as you had the resurrective power to do so. The pink bars above your health bar indicate how much resurrective power you have. And Dragon's Blood Droplets and Jizo statue not only get rid of the black bar preventing you from resurrecting, but they also grant you a little bit of resurrective power as well. Is there anything else I can do before I fight Owl? Visit the Inner Sanctum again. I already killed Shichimen.
Shinobi of the Divine Air, I awaited your return. Please take this rice.
Thank you.
Bless us with bountiful harvest.
You have my gratitude.
Of course. Rice is a precious thing. Remember to chew properly before swallowing.
Now when you're fighting the owl, he throws those little clouds on the ground that prevent you from using your gourd, but you can still eat the rice when you have that debuff on you. So if you're struggling with Owl and he hits you with that stuff, try to keep the rice handy so that you can still manage to heal yourself. Now that I have eaten 3 of the rice, I should be able to continue with the Dragon's Homecoming ending requirements.
I'm glad you've come, Shinobi of the Divine Air.
What's wrong?
It is nothing serious. More importantly, your rice.
Hold on. You don't look well. Rest.
Yes, I understand.
What can I do?
What?
Is there something I can get you?
Well, then I'd like to eat a persimmon.
All right.
Ashina persimmons are particularly nutritious, perhaps because the trees grow in such pure water. Persimmons become blood, blood becomes rice. This may be of help to one short of blood.
You've come to visit Shinobi of the Divine Air.
I found a persimmon.
Truly? You brought me a persimmon.
Eat.
Yes, thank you. It's sweet and delicious.
Good.
Shinobi, hold out your hand.
But,
No need to hesitate. Hold out your hand.
all right.
A bountiful harvest for you. I thank you, Shinobi of the Divine Air. The crop is plentiful, thanks to the persimmon you gave me. I ask that you also give some to the Divine Heir of the Dragon's heritage.
I will.
Rice for Kuro. Rice that is spilled forth from the hand of the divine child of rejuvenation, intended to be a gift for Kuro. Rice is precious. I want nothing more than for the divine heir of the dragon's heritage to get better. Kuro would likely be pleased to receive it.
Shinobi of the Divine Heir, you are welcome here.
I've brought a persimmon.
Oh my.
Eat it.
Yes, I will. Oh my. This is
What?
so wonderfully sweet and delicious. Persimmons are truly crimson gems. I apologize. The rice I shall. Farewell. May the harvest.
Unthinkable. Such a miserable display. Why, boy?
Enough talk.
Been a while since we did this.
What the hell was that combo? Oh my god.
Wait! Wait, please! It warms my heart to see how you've grown.
Oh, it doesn't let you use any of the other. Oh my god, no.
The parent.
You taught me well.
That's my boy.
A shadow is the title given to a master shinobi. It is also why the name is called what it is. Sekiro, shadows die twice. The great shinobi owl was foster father to the wolf. Aromatic branch, dried aromatic wood from the everblossom plucked by the wolf's father. The everblossom is a sakura tree, and as such is ripe with nostalgia. Takeru would likely gaze upon this branch when once it bloomed, reminded of home, one of the incense ingredients sought by the divine heir for immortal severance. Thanks, Tim. I did all that parry practicing earlier, and then I didn't get as many good parries in that time, but I'm still pretty happy with that fight. Keeping in mind that I died on purpose earlier just for the lore. Hey, Bunny, how's it going? Death for lore purposes. That's what it's all about. The great shinobi owl's unbridled ambition was to obtain the power of the dragon's heritage. Now is the time to let one's true name ring out across all of Japan. It was all for the sake of this ambition. So we come to find out in the purification ending that the owl is responsible for the events at the Harada estate. He gave Juzo the drunkard and the interior ministry intel as to when to attack the Harada estate, because he was setting in his plan to take the dragon's heritage. Him and Lady Butterfly attempted to form an immortal oath while Kuro was under the effects of Lady Butterfly's illusion technique, but the oath failed to establish. So Owl decided to kill his own adoptive son and set in plan the events of the game. Owl's true name is Usui Okonzemon, which is confirmed by the Shura ending. This also means that the Usui's forest, mentioned in the Mist Raven Feather and a few other items, is the forest where Owl and Lady Butterfly trained.
It seems the sculptor's dragon rot has been cured.
Yes.
Here you are.
Ashina Sake. While it does not contain water from the fountainhead, it is made from the purest waters and it is a drink beloved by the people of Ashina.
I'm glad you've come, Master Wolf. There was a dragon rot epidemic in Ashina once before. Back then, a cure was not achieved. Every single person who caught it died.
I see.
It is my hope that finally discovering the cure has alleviated this regret, if only a little. Master Wolf, it looks as if your brow, please. Goodbye.
We're almost there. Yes, do what must be done. Wolf.
I am relieved to see that you are safe.
And Owl?
I killed him.
I am sorry.
Lord Kuro.
I am sorry.
I did what had to be done.
Wolf, thank you.
My father, this was in his possession.
This branch. It's from the Everblossom tree? I see. So Owl had it.
Everblossom.
Lady Emma spoke of it once. The Everblossom is a sakura tree that was brought over from the Divine Realm by Lord Takeru. It once bloomed behind this castle. However, when a branch was cut off and the flowers taken, the Everblossom eventually dried and withered away.
So this is that branch?
Yes, I believe so.
We are a step closer to the Fountainhead incense.
Yes. Yes, that's right, Wolf. Wolf, you're back.
I am. I have something for you, Lord Kuro.
Something for me?
Here.
This? It's rice.
Yes. The divine child of Senpo Temple told me to give this to you.
She did? Then I am grateful. This looks like good rice. Each grain glistens.
It is sweet when you bite into it.
Bite? Wolf, rice tastes a lot better when cooked.
My lord.
So do you like sweet things?
I will eat anything.
Which means you don't dislike sweets then, right? I'll make something nice for you.
Something nice.
You'll have to wait and see. Sorry to keep you waiting, Wolf. Come now, hold out your hand.
My lord.
Sweet rice ball. Sweet sticky rice ball made by Kuro using rice from the Child of Rejuvenation. Slowly grants medium vitality recovery and constant posture recovery over time. So instead of doing health or posture, this does both. Once when the wolf was starving, his father wordlessly handed him a rice ball. It was astoundingly delicious. This one is sure to taste just as good.
What is...
Sweet sticky rice balls. I made them with the rice from the Divine Child. Eat it. Don't be shy.
This is... very good.
That it is. That it is. How was the rice ball?
It was delicious.
I bet it was. Ever since I was little, I've enjoyed making sweets. I used to always sneak into the kitchen back at the Hirata estate. Maybe one day, I'll open up a tea house, if I ever have the time.
So when we do the purification ending, I believe, Wolf sacrifices himself so that Kuro can live on as a mortal, and we see Kuro leave the lands of Ashina. My headcanon tells me that he would likely open up a tea house in that case, because he's free to live on as a human and do whatever he wants.
Wolf, that sword on your back, is it?
It is the mortal blade.
The sword that can kill those who cannot die.
Yes, it was given to me by the divine child of the rejuvenating waters at Senpo Temple.
The Divine Child of the Rejuvenating Waters?
The monks at Senpo Temple abandoned the ways of their faith in pursuit of immortality. The result is those who have false dragon's heritage, known as the divine children of the rejuvenating waters.
A false dragon's heritage. I never would have thought. Wait, divine children?
Yes, many were created, but only one survived.
Further proof of the corruption this power brings to man. With the mortal blade in hand, I can now be made to bleed. We are one step closer to creating the Fountainhead incense. The ties of immortality must be severed.
Yes, my lord.
Wolf, We've finally done it. Once we make the fountainhead incense, you can infuse your clothes with the aroma. Now, place all of the ingredients in the incense burner.
As you wish. My lord.
Wolf, the mortal blade. Fear not. I will only make a shallow cut. Would you draw the mortal blade from its sheath?
Yes, my lord.
Forgive me, but close your eyes.
Yes, my lord.
Ugh. It's over now, Wolf.
How is the wound?
I'm fine. I just made a small cut on my chest. So this is the fountainhead incense. It's so extraordinarily nostalgic.
I see.
Well, do you notice anything different?
The aroma and Fountainhead Palace. Those words have been burned into my mind.
Fountainhead Palace. It's just as Lord Takeru wrote. That place must lead to the divine realm. But how can the Fountainhead Palace be reached?
A sweetly scented bridal offering. That was written on the altar where the fragrant stone was placed.
Yes. You now carry the aroma of the Fountainhead incense. I believe the path leading to the Fountainhead Palace will open before you if you go to the shrine within the cave. Immortality shall soon be severed. I'm counting on you, Wolf.
As you wish.
Wolf, I need you to bring dragon tears from the divine realm.
Yes.
You must first go to the depths of the cave where you found the fragrant stone. You now carry the scent of the Fountainhead incense. I believe the path leading to the Fountainhead Palace will open before you if you enter the shrine within the cave.
As you wish.
So in that scene, in order to complete the Fountainhead aroma, they need the blood of the divine heir of the dragon's heritage. So Kuro takes the mortal blade and makes a small incision on his chest. When we eventually go to fight the divine dragon, the power that Wolf and Kuro have, the immortal oath, is basically granted to them not just by the rejuvenating waters, but by the divine dragon. It's the divine heir of the dragon's heritage. So when we fight the divine dragon, his eye is covered in the same way that Wolf's eye is covered. It's one of its left arms is missing, the same way that Wolf's arm is missing, and it has a giant gash in its chest, similar to the incision that Kuro made on his chest here. So, if they are not just bound to each other, but to the divine dragon is also bound to them, and likely bears the same marks that they receive on their adventures.
Hard to make them much better than this. Well done, Kuro.
Patting himself on the back for the rice ball that he made.
I must do what must be done. That is what the divine heir said. He must be hiding something.
I see.
What is it?
Lord Takeru spoke of beheading in his memoirs.
Yes.
Perhaps the act of beheading was the means to end immortality, along with the life of the divine heir.
What?
If you walk the path of immortal severance, then you must use the mortal blade to...
End my lord's life.
Yes. Lord Kuro desires immortal severance. I understand that. I do. And yet, Master Wolf, might there be a path where Lord Kuro need not lose his life?
The dragon's heritage is no ordinary power. There could be such a path.
Well then, Master Wolf, I ask that you help me find such a path. A path where Lord Kuro need not die.
I will not let my lord die.
Thank you.
We must find a starting point.
Yes. Oh. Yes, Lady Tomoe's.
Grave.
Master Wolf, I might have a place to start. I'll look into it and let you know as soon as I find something.
Thank you.
Also, we may want to.
Keep this from the divine heir.
Yes. Master Wolf, I've found something. Here.
Tomoe's note. A note written in Tomoe's soft handwriting. Lord Takeru's coughs are worsening still. Returning to the divine realm is hopeless, and I wish only to sever the dragon's heritage and restore his humanity. Restoration requires the Everblossom Immortal Blade, and yet I cannot acquire the latter. It was hidden by the High Priest of Senpo Temple, who has no desire to sever the immortal ties.
Purification?
Yes. It says here, there is a way to cut the ties of the dragon's blood and transform its owner into a regular human being. The process requires a flower from the Everblossom, as I told you once before. The Everblossom is a sakura tree that Lord Takeru brought here from the divine realm. However, someone cut a branch from the tree and stole the flowers, and the Everblossom eventually dried and withered away. So the Everblossom tree has been entirely lost.
If the tree itself no longer exists, the flowers don't exist either.
Correct. But the branch that was stolen did have flowers on it. So if it could be found...
Is this the branch from the Everblossom tree? It was in my father's possession.
Master Owl. But there are no flowers on this branch.
What's wrong?
It's nothing. I was just trying to remember back to when the Everblossom still flourished. But try as I might, the memory is hazy. They're graves.
What?
I think I'll pay a visit to Lord Takeru and Lady Tomoe's graves. That's where the Everblossom once grew. Something might come back to me. The purification requires the mortal blade and flowers from the Everblossom. I'll visit the graves of Lord Takeru, and it may help me
By the way, if we are to perform the purification, how would the mortal blade be used?
Now that you mention it, that part wasn't very clear. I'll see what I can find. Goodbye, Master.
He's so strong. I wish I was.
Gonna make a quick stop at the temple, and then I'll go to the graves of Lady Tomoe and Takeru. Yeah, we're in an exposition city right now, but when you play this game, there's 4 possible endings. When you make the choice at Owl, you can go to the Shura ending, or you can actually get all 3 other endings in one playthrough. So, when I get to the end of the game, and I defeat Ishin Sword Saint, I'll be able to choose one of the 3 other endings. So, you can basically just make a save state before you engage with Kuro at the end of the game, and you could basically cheese the achievement without having to do 4 consecutive playthroughs.
Orangutan. The central forces are here.
Are they now? They never changed their thieving ways.
Are the flames still burning?
Emma, the answer to that isn't going to change. I could carve Buddha idols for all eternity, and the flames of hatred would still rage on. The most I can do is keep them in check.
Orangutan.
What is it?
If the time ever comes, then
I have Buddha to carve. Goodbye.
Master Wolf, you're here too. I've always enjoyed the sound of a Buddha being carved. So I stopped by this place every now and then. Goodbye, Master Wolf.
A true wolf would choose for himself how to use his fangs. The look on your face tells me you've done just that.
That dialogue happens after you kill the owl, your father.
I've abandoned the path of the shinobi, yet I couldn't abandon that shinobi prosthetic. No matter how hard I tried, I'd never have believed that one such as myself would save another who'd lost their arm like you have. I'm sure it is fate. Another time, huh?
Master Wolf, you're here too. I've always enjoyed... Goodbye.
Listen.
What?
You'll be the one to kill me.
What are you talking about?
Don't play the fool. To make her have to kill me. I don't think I could bear it. Please. Idols are all you have. Another I'll...
So Emma offers to kill Orangutan should he turn into a demon, which is also why she's been training with the sword. But he wouldn't be able to bear to have her be the one who kills him, so he asked that Wolf does it instead. I believe that dialogue only happens once you've given him all the sake.
You need something? Parched could use it. Another
Alright, now to go to Takeru's grave. Old grave. Lord Takeru is Kuro's counterpart from several years ago, and Lady Tomoe is not just the mentor to Genichiro, who taught him all of his combat arts and skills and archery, but Lady Tomoe is also Wolf's counterpart. So Takeru and Tomoe were the previous Oathbound of the Divine Dragon's heritage. Here we can see two graves. One for Lady Tomoe, and one for Lord Takeru. We have an item here that's a dragon's blood droplet in an offering of petals and water. Maybe not an offering in particular, but... And this is where the Ever Blossom once grew. But once the owl stole one of its branches, it withered away and died.
Why must that be the only way?
Hello?
Master Wolf, how long have you been there?
Have you remembered anything?
Nothing, I'm afraid.
Nothing?
That's right. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to remember anything significant. Perhaps one of my old friends can help. I'll meet with Orangutan at his temple.
Orangutan?
Yes. It's the sculptor's old nickname. Back then, Lord Genichiro and I would come here a lot. Lord Takeru would play the flute, and Lady Tomoe would dance under the Everblossom. It was a wonderful sight. Perhaps one of my old friends has some memories of those days. I'll speak with Orangutan at his temple.
So we know from dialogue that Lord Takeru originally comes from the Divine Realm, which is tied to Fountainhead Palace. And Emma here says that Lord Takeru used to play the flute as Tomoe danced underneath the tree. The only other characters in the game that play flutes are Mist's nobles. So, imagine if Lord Takeru was a Mist noble and Lady Tomoe was one of the blue Okami warrior women from the Fountainhead. I'm not saying that's I mean, I guess that is true because of all the references to it, but it's just interesting to think about. Whenever you see Emma and Sculptor here, it's a cue to eavesdrop on them.
Emma, does that sit well with you?
I can't honestly say. To achieve their goal of immortal severance, either he or Lord Kuro must die. Why does that have to be the only way?
So will you keep that from them?
But orangutan, if I give this to him, he's going to die.
Sculptor.
What? Need something? Idols are your and I can...
What?
Did you know this temple is horribly drafty?
Sure it is.
So when you eavesdrop on him, the Sculptor is keen to it, because you say, did you know the temple's drafty? Because he knows about the hole that you have to listen to through the conversation.
Oh, you're here, Master Wolf.
Was the Sculptor able to help?
Unfortunately, no. I'm afraid we'll need to look for other clues.
One of us must die. What did that mean?
Were you listening this whole time?
Tell me.
I saw it. That day beneath the branches of the Everblossom tree. Lady Tomoe tried to commit suicide.
Why?
She said those made immortal by the oath of the dragon's heritage shackle their masters.
So in order for the purification to occur, the oathbound of the dragon's heritage must die?
Yes, precisely.
But she was unable to achieve the purification.
Correct. She did not have the mortal blade. I don't want to lose Lord Kuro, or you, but all paths are leading to dead ends.
What are you hiding?
So, you overheard.
Tell me. Do what must be done. I will live by those words, as my master does.
Here.
Father's bell charm, a bell charm previously owned by the owl. The owl held this bell for a long time. Offering it at the dilapidated temple may result in seeing a different memory than before. There's no way of knowing why this protective bell exists. Perhaps the owl kept it for himself, or perhaps he meant to give it to someone. So the first bell that took us to the Harada estate shows us Lord Kuro's version of the memory, and the father's bell charm shows us the truth about what happened according to Owl, the man who set all of those events in motion.
Is this a bell?
It fell off Owl's dead body, if I'm not mistaken. You and Master Owl have a deep connection. Should you offer it to Buddha, it may be a different experience than the one you had before.
I will try it.
I am not sure what memories you will see, but the bell belonged to Master Owl, so please, take care. Goodbye, Master Wolf.
Inner Owl is by far my favorite fight in the entire game. I like the original Owl fight too, but the stuff that gets added to it for Inner Owl just makes it super duper fun. And hard as fuck, to be honest, but that makes it all the more satisfying. Inner Sanctum? I haven't been told to get the different viscera yet.
Did you give the rice to the divine heir?
Yes, he made rice balls out of it.
The divine heir of the dragon's heritage? He made them himself.
Yes, and he was enthusiastic, and I had one. It was very good.
That's good to hear. Oh, I see. He may be the divine heir of the dragon's heritage, but He's still human, after all. What am I saying? Of course he is. I am sure he had his doubts about severing immortality as well. Yet even so, it is the path he chose. There is something I would like to ask you, Shinobi of the Divine Heir.
Yes?
What is his name?
Lord Kuro.
Lord Kuro. It has a fine ring to it. I should like to meet him someday.
Yeah, it's a really good fight.
Shinobi of the Divine Heir, you are welcome here. Shinobi of the Divine Heir, this time the rice grew well. Now, hold out your hand.
Please.
Bless us with bountiful harvest.
I thank you.
Rice is very precious. Please come again, should you want for more. Farewell, Shinobi of the Divine Heir. May the harvest be plentiful wherever your path may lead.
Code of Rice.
What is it?
The kids are saying thank you too. They're so adorable.
I don't want to lose them. But if I were to choose the path of returning the dragon's heritage, it may come to pass that I would have to leave all of you. Thank you for your kind words. My friends, listen. He is actually quite kind. He gave me this.
Hello?
Oh, Shinobi of the Divine Heir. I didn't hear you come in. It is thanks to you that I've been able to have a deep conversation with my friends.
With the children of the rejuvenating waters?
Yes, there is something I would like to discuss. I believe we should aim not to sever the dragon's heritage, but instead to return it to its rightful place.
Return the dragon's blood?
That's right. The dragon's heritage was set free from its homeland, and it drifted here to Japan. Its power was never meant for this land. Until something is done, it will continue to corrupt the lives of those who encounter it, the dragon's heritage and those connected to it. It is only right that they return home, to the west, to the birthplace of the divine dragon. However, there is one problem. I am unsure of the exact destination.
Who would know?
Perhaps the High Priest of Senpo Temple. Or...
And he is?
He's the founder of Senpo Temple. I wonder how old he actually is. He can be found in a narrow cave, not far from the inner sanctum. Shinobi of the Divine Heir.
Yes?
This path differs from that of the one to sever immortality. I do not wish to force my opinion upon you. Should you wish to return the dragon's heritage, then perhaps you should seek out the High Senpo priest.
I'll think about it.
So we have another reference here to the divine dragon not being originally from Japan and making its way here from the west. Korea has a strong association with dragons being about storms and lightning, which we see during the fight. And the sword that the divine dragon wields is actually a sword that existed in real life history. and it was a gift from Korea to Japan. So for the dragon's homecoming ending, I believe the original home of the divine dragon is likely Korea. Although nothing clearly states this, there's enough evidence to connect those dots.
Shinobi of the divine air, should you wish to, his reverence is...
So much exposition. I'm basically meeting all the requirements for multiple endings in one go here. So that's why all this stuff seems to be taking so long. I'm not just going for one ending, I'm going for all three in one playthrough. I think I made a wrong turn. Holy Chapter, Dragon's Return. Sacred passage on a path to enlightenment. Undying, I pray for the dragon's return. Undying, lo, let us wait an age for the divine air to assimilate the cold dragon tears, for the cradle to consume the pair of serpentine fruits. Let the cradle endure, giving him shelter, granting his return to the west. So this is the High Senpo priest who founded the temple here. And if we take a closer look at the centipedes, we can see that the centipedes here are dead. So even though they were previously infested, the centipedes died, so they too were allowed to die.
Shinobi of the divine air, have you perhaps met with the high priest of Senpo Temple?
I found him. He was dead.
The high priest was infested. How could this come to be?
I do not know. However, he left this note.
I will take a look. I see. Consuming 2 persimmons of the serpent will allow one to become a cradle for the divine air. This will make it possible to return the dragon's heritage to its homeland. I shall become the cradle.
You're sure of this?
Of course. I am the only surviving divine child of the rejuvenating waters. Death does not come easily to me. Shinobi of the divine air, if you wish to take the path to return the dragon's heritage, then bring me 2 persimmons of the serpent.
Where should I begin?
I believe it is said that the liver of a great serpent is stained red like a persimmon.
So I think I just figured it out, to be honest. Shugendo is mountain monks. So they do their rituals and recite their mantras going up and down the mountain. So if we found the high priest and his followers in a cave in a mountain, and they were all in a meditative stance, maybe the reason they were infested but they were able to die was they became enlightened. They realized that the reason why they were infested was because the dragon wasn't in its original homeland. So they were able to break free from the cycle of life, death, and rebirth by becoming enlightened. That might be the case. It might not be the case. But it isn't the only time we see the corpse of a monk meditating in a cave that seems to have passed on. There was the other guy after we killed the serpent god. He wasn't infested, but he was still just chilling in a cave by himself. So that might be why, possibly, maybe. Alright, time to go get the other serpent viscera. Missed an item. So once we have the puppeteer ninjutsu, we can turn this monkey into a puppet, and he'll distract the serpent god for us. Can't parry it. So when we found... Oh, that's a whole lot of dead bodies. I never noticed all the skeletons here before. When we found the large fan prosthetic, there was a statue of a Buddha, but it was holding a snake's skin. Here we can see the snake is still alive in this statue, but if we take a closer look at the statue, there's a gaping hole in the chests, and there's blood all over it. And this is where we find the dried serpent viscera. A dried persimmon-like heart of a great serpent. The great serpent is a god of the land, and the heart is believed to be where one's spirit resides. While it looks much like a persimmon, in fact this is the red viscera of a god. Apparently, denizens of the Sunken Valley worship the organs, believing they represent the deity itself. So, the other statue that was holding the shed snake skin, it just looked like a normal Buddha. But if you take a close look at the face on this Buddha, you can see that the face is covered in scales. So, this is supposed to represent that the Buddha and the snake are one thing. Snakes represent rebirth and rejuvenation because as they shed their skin, they are reborn. And that's the whole thing about Buddhism, is that they believe that when they die, they will be reborn over and over and over again until they're able to attain nirvana. 3 divine confetti. And this takes us back to the poison pool. Oops, I went to the wrong place. The serpent isn't even really a boss, to be honest. You have to kill it to get one of the endings, but it's never really like a boss battle.
Shinobi of the Divine Air, have you acquired both persimmons of the serpent?
Yes, I've found them.
This shade of red, it is as I expected. A persimmon is an apt comparison.
You're actually going to eat them?
Of course. Doing so will allow me to become a cradle to return the dragon's heritage to its home. However, I hesitate to eat them in front of you. Please come back after some time. Oh, Shinobi of the Divine Air? Are you there?
Your eyes.
You have returned, Shinobi of the Divine Air. It appears I have succeeded in becoming the cradle. Could you please take my hand?
Yes. What?
It is cold, much like an ice house, which is why, see? My tears. They freeze as they flow down my face. These frozen tears. Take them.
Frozen tears that were shed by the divine child of rejuvenation once she became the cradle. They are but frozen drops. By having Kuro drink both the dragon's tears and the frozen tears, the cradling ritual can be performed. Cold dragon tears are just that.
Frozen tears. Does this mean...
Yes, I believe this is what the text referred to as cold dragon tears. The divine heir must drink them together with the dragon tears of the divine realm. If he does so, I believe Lord Kuro will be able to rest within the cradle. Shinobi of the divine heir, what would you ask of me?
What is it?
Hold out your hand.
All right.
Bless us with a silvery harvest.
It's cold.
With my body so cold, the rice shines with an icy gleam.
It's like fine snow.
That is true. Then that is what we shall call it. Shinobi of the divine air, this fine snow is yours.
Chilled silvery rice that spilled from the palms of the child of rejuvenation gradually recovers vitality for a time, slightly more so than regular rice. The cold sweetens the rice. Rice is indeed precious. The flavor grows richer and richer, raising one's spirits higher than ever.
I accept.
Rice is precious. Please return should you want for more. If you wish to return the dragon's heritage to its rightful place, give him the frozen tears together with the dragon tears. He only needs but to drink them. Shinobi of the Divine Air, please search for the dragon tears. Shinobi of the Divine Air, I look forward to the time we next meet.
Alright, so now we have basically all the requirements for the multiple endings. When I get to the end of the game after doing the Harada estate, I'll be able to choose which of those 3 endings that I want at the end of the game. Let's make our way to Fountainhead Palace, I guess. So when we have everything, when we have the divine aroma around our clothes, we can offer ourselves in a bridal offering to make our way to the Fountainhead Palace. If you remember the palanquin that we entered at the beginning of the game when the snake appeared at us and we stabbed it in the eye, the herb catalog scrap says that according to denizens of the Sunken Valley, such places are appropriate for offering oneself in marriage to the Great Serpent. If one wishes to become a bride, they must enter the belly of the serpent in the valley. But if we offer ourselves as a bride here, after being imbued with the incense, then we can make our way to the Fountainhead Palace. You can see here the straw man's arm before it picks us up and takes us to Fountainhead. And straw human effigies are used as are used in purification rituals. So once again, most of the vague stuff in this game that's like Japanese imagery, the straw ropes, the decorations on the ropes, and a bunch of the other stuff, the main vibe, the main influence is that they represent purification and rejuvenation. The biggest dab the land of Ashina has ever seen. Well, I mean, I literally just explained it. Human straw effigies are used to represent purification and rejuvenation. They take in bad spirits and purify areas and other stuff. But the main thing is they represent purification, which is one of the main themes of the game. Alright folks, that does it for me today. I fought enough bosses today, and I want to make sure I have enough content to do a whole playthrough tomorrow. So I'm going to start off tomorrow by making my way into the Fountainhead Palace, and doing the other version of the Harada Estate. And I don't really have anybody that I want to send you all off to, so at least anybody playing Sekiro or other stuff. So I think I'm going to send you guys over to Jared. He's another lore nerd like me, and he's currently enjoying some Dying Light 2, and I'm sure that he'll be playing Elden Ring eventually sometime after it comes out. So yeah, have a good night, take it easy, and I'll catch you later.